Long before the world was mapped, before kings had borders and empires had names, there lived a man whose shadow stretched across continents. He was born in a kingdom no larger than a fingertip on today's globe, and yet he would set out to conquer the entire known world. Not with an army of gods or legends, but with a mind that refused to accept limits, and a heart that believed he was destined for something far beyond what any man had achieved before. His name was Alexander, and by the time he died at just 32 years old, he had never once been defeated in battle. He led tens of thousands through deserts, over mountain ranges, and into the heart of enemy lands, again and again, facing odds no sane commander would dare challenge. Some followed him out of fear, others out of devotion, but all of them marched behind a man who saw the edge of the world not as an end, but as an invitation. Tonight, in the quiet calm of your room, we'll leave behind the noise of the present and step into his world, a world shaped by ambition and myth, betrayal and glory. This is not just the story of a warrior. It is the story of a boy who believed the stars had chosen him. So breathe deep, let the weight of the day fall away, and allow yourself to drift into the story of Alexander the Great. Though the myths that surround him grew larger with each generation, the real story of Alexander begins not with a sword in hand, but with a crown placed on the head of a boy barely 20 years old. Born in July of 356 BC in the ancient Greek kingdom of Macedon, Alexander, later known as the Great, ascended to the throne after the assassination of his father, King Philip II. From the moment he became king, he seemed to carry within him a force that would not be confined by borders. Over the next 12 years, he would lead one of the most ambitious military campaigns in recorded history, moving steadily through Western and Central Asia, into Egypt, and deep into the heart of South Asia. By the time he turned 30, his empire stretched from Greece all the way to the edge of modern-day India, one of the largest the world had ever seen. Not once during this extraordinary conquest was he defeated in battle, earning him an eternal place among the greatest commanders who ever lived. His early education was guided by none other than the philosopher Aristotle, who shaped his thinking until the age of 16. Not long after taking the throne, Alexander began by re-establishing control in the north, subduing Thrace and Illyria, and crushing a rebellion in Thebes with brutal finality. It was a warning to the rest of Greece. The young king would not tolerate resistance. He soon positioned himself as the leader of the League of Corinth and took up the grand vision left behind by his father, a united Greek force marching eastward to conquer the vast Persian Empire. In 334 BC, he crossed into Asia Minor and launched a 10-year campaign that would change the world. One by one, he struck decisive blows against the Persian armies, first at the Battle of Issus and later at Gaugamela, overthrowing King Darius III and dismantling the ancient Achaemenid Empire in its entirety. With Persia under his control, Alexander pushed his empire even farther east, his eyes fixed on what he called the ends of the world. In 326 BC, he achieved a major victory at the Battle of the Hydaspes against King Porus of the Indian subcontinent. But as they reached the banks of the Beas River, his soldiers, exhausted, homesick, and stretched to their limits, refused to march any farther. Reluctantly, Alexander turned back. He would never return to Greece. In 323 BC, while in the city of Babylon, a place he intended to make the capital of his empire, Alexander fell ill and died. He was just 32 years old. At the time of his death, he had been preparing for even greater campaigns, including a possible invasion of the Arabian Peninsula. But those ambitions would never materialize. After his passing, the empire fractured in a storm of infighting and civil war, as his generals, known as the Diadochi, fought for control of the vast territories he had left behind. Though the political structure of his empire collapsed, Alexander's influence only deepened. His death marked the beginning of what would be called the Hellenistic period, a time defined by the blending of cultures that followed in his wake. Dozens of cities he had founded across the ancient world became centers of Greek language, art, science, and trade. The most famous of these, Alexandria in Egypt, still bears his name. Through these settlements, Greek ideas fused with local traditions, giving rise to movements like Greco-Buddhism and reshaping Judaism into new forms. The Greek language became the unifying thread across much of the ancient world, remaining dominant well into the Byzantine era, over 1,000 years later. Alexander's story became legend. He was remembered not just as a king or a general, but as a hero in the mold of Achilles, his childhood idol. His name appears in the histories and folklore of cultures from Europe to the Middle East and far into Asia. His military genius is still studied in war colleges around the globe. In the centuries after his death, fantastical tales of his adventures were compiled into what became known as the Alexander Romance, a literary phenomenon that swept across Europe and the Islamic world. After the Bible, it became one of the most widely translated and read texts of the pre-modern era. His life, though short, carved a permanent shape into the fabric of history, both real and imagined. And now, as you rest under soft light and silence, you will follow that life from its earliest beginnings in a kingdom nestled at the edge of Greece, to the edge of the known world. To understand how a man becomes a legend, one must first understand the world into which he was born. Long before he led armies or conquered empires, Alexander was a child, shaped by dreams, omens, and a family that believed he was destined for something far beyond an ordinary life. He entered the world in the ancient city of Pella, the capital of Macedon, around the 6th day of the Greek month of Hecatombion, likely in late July of 356 BC. His father was King Philip II, the powerful and ambitious ruler of Macedon. His mother was Olympias, daughter of King Neoptolemus of Epirus. Though Philip had taken several wives throughout his reign, Olympias held a special place, likely because she bore him the son who would carry the kingdom's future in his hands. Their union, though politically strategic, was also shrouded in stories that hinted at fate and divinity. From the very beginning, Alexander's life was surrounded by myth. According to the historian Plutarch, the night before her wedding, Olympias dreamed that a lightning bolt struck her womb, sparking a great fire that spread wide before vanishing into the air. Philip, too, is said to have had a dream, not long after the wedding, of sealing his wife's womb with a lion-engraved ring. These dreams were interpreted in many ways. Some believed they meant that Olympias had conceived Alexander before the marriage. Others, more dramatically, whispered that his true father was not Philip at all, but Zeus himself. Whether Olympias encouraged this story or rejected it as blasphemous is lost to time, but what remains is the enduring idea that Alexander was never quite mortal in the eyes of those who knew him. The day of his birth was marked by a series of curious events. As Philip laid siege to the city of Potidaea, he received 3 pieces of news. His general Parmenion had won a major victory in battle. His horses had triumphed at the Olympic Games, and one of the 7 wonders of the world, the great temple of Artemis at Ephesus, had burned to the ground. A writer named Hegesias of Magnesia would later claim the goddess Artemis had been too busy attending the birth of Alexander to save her temple. Whether born from fact or later invention, such stories added to the sense that this child was unlike any other, that even the gods paused to witness his arrival. In his earliest years, Alexander was cared for by a nurse named Lenike, who would later be known as the sister of one of his loyal generals, Clytus the Black. His formal education began under the guidance of Leonidas, a stern relative of his mother, and Lysimachus of Acarnania, who introduced him to reading, music, horsemanship, combat, and hunting. Like other noble Macedonian boys, he was expected to be more than a prince. He was being shaped into a warrior and a leader. One story from his boyhood stands out as a glimpse into the character he would become. When he was around 10 years old, a trader arrived with a magnificent black horse, wild and untamable. Philip dismissed it after failed attempts to mount it, but young Alexander noticed something others had missed. The horse was frightened by its own shadow. He asked for the chance to calm and ride the animal, and to the astonishment of all, he succeeded. Moved by his son's insight and bravery, Philip embraced him and declared that Macedon would never be large enough to contain such ambition. Alexander named the horse Bucephalus, ox-head, and the two would grow inseparable. The great steed carried him across deserts and into battle, all the way to the distant lands of India. When the horse eventually died, an old companion by then, Alexander founded a city in his honor, Bucephala. These early years reveal much more than just privilege and royalty. They reveal a boy who listened closely, thought deeply, and saw possibilities where others saw obstacles. Even then, Alexander was not just preparing to rule a kingdom. He was preparing to chase the edges of the earth. As Alexander grew beyond the innocent years of childhood, it became clear to everyone around him that his mind was as sharp as his ambition. His courage had already begun to show, but now it was time to shape his thinking, to mold the intellect of a boy destined to command not only armies, but ideas. His father, King Philip, understood this deeply, and so at the age of 13, Alexander's formal education began. Philip considered several great thinkers to become his son's tutor, including Speusippus, the head of Plato's academy, who even offered to step down from his position to teach the young prince. But the man chosen in the end was Aristotle, one of the greatest minds in Greek history. To host this unique arrangement, Philip provided a quiet sanctuary, the Temple of the Nymphs in the town of Mieza, a lush and peaceful place that would serve as a school unlike any other. As part of the agreement, Philip agreed to rebuild Aristotle's ruined hometown of Stagira, restoring its people and pardoning those who had been exiled or enslaved during earlier conquests. At Mieza, Alexander studied alongside a select group of Macedonian noble children, many of whom would later become his most trusted friends and battlefield commanders. Among them were Ptolemy, who would rule Egypt after Alexander's death, Cassander, who would later become king of Macedon, and Hephaestion, Alexander's closest companion. Together, they were known as the Companions, a brotherhood of young men raised not just for leadership, but for destiny. Under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander immersed himself in a wide range of subjects: philosophy, logic, ethics, art, medicine, and religion. But it was Homer's Iliad that captured his heart. Aristotle gave him a personally annotated copy of the epic, and Alexander kept it close for the rest of his life, reading and rereading the tale of Achilles, the hero he longed to emulate. He became so fluent in the works of the Greek playwrights that he could recite passages from Euripides by memory, his mind as disciplined as any soldier under his command. During these formative years, Alexander was also exposed to ideas and people from far beyond Macedon. His father offered protection to Persian nobles who had fled the rule of Artaxerxes III, including Artabazos and his daughter Barsine, who would one day become close to Alexander as well. The court also hosted men like Amenapes and Sisinnes, future allies and governors in Alexander's expanding empire. These early encounters gave the young prince a rare understanding of Persia from within, knowledge that would later serve him well during his eastern campaigns. Some sources also speak of another teacher, Anaximenes of Lampsacus, who may have joined Alexander during his military campaigns, continuing to provide guidance even as the prince became a man of war. With wisdom at his side and fire in his heart, Alexander emerged from this chapter not merely educated, but prepared. The lessons of Mieza would echo far beyond the classroom, carried with him across every land he would conquer. The classroom may have shaped Alexander's intellect, but it was the battlefield that would shape his destiny. As he emerged from his years of study, still in the tender shadow of adolescence, the world around him was already beginning to change. The time for learning had ended. The time for leading had begun. At just 16 years old, Alexander's formal education under Aristotle came to a close. His father, Philip II, was engaged in military campaigns to the north against the Thracian tribes, and in his absence, he entrusted the kingdom to his son. It was a bold decision and a test. When a tribe known as the Maidi rose in revolt, Alexander acted swiftly. He crushed the uprising, secured the territory, and founded a new city in its place. He named it Alexandropolis, a foreshadowing of the many cities that would one day bear his name. When Philip returned, he sent Alexander to continue operations in the region, this time in southern Thrace. During the siege of the city of Perinthus, it is said that Alexander even saved his father's life, a moment that cemented not just his courage, but his place at Philip's side. Meanwhile, further south, tensions were brewing. The city of Amphissa had begun farming sacred lands near Delphi, a religious offense that gave Philip the political excuse to intervene in Greek affairs once more. While Philip remained occupied in Thrace, he ordered Alexander to raise an army under the guise of marching against Illyria. It was a clever distraction, but as fate would have it, the Illyrians invaded Macedonia during this very moment of vulnerability. Alexander met them in battle and drove them back. By 338 BC, father and son were reunited. They marched together through the narrow mountain pass of Thermopylae, seizing it after fierce resistance. Their presence sent shockwaves through Greece. When they reached Elatea, just days from both Athens and Thebes, panic spread. The famed orator Demosthenes urged Athens to form an alliance with Thebes against the Macedonians. Both sides sent embassies to win Thebes over. In the end, Athens succeeded. War was inevitable. The final clash came near the city of Chaeronea in Boeotia. Philip commanded the right flank. Alexander, though still a teenager, was given command of the left alongside some of Philip's most trusted generals. The battle was brutal and tightly contested. According to ancient accounts, Philip ordered a calculated retreat, luring the Athenian forces into disarray. At just the right moment, Alexander broke through the Theban lines, a decisive move that shattered the enemy's cohesion. With the Athenians overwhelmed and the Thebans surrounded, the resistance collapsed. It was a resounding Macedonian victory. In the aftermath, Philip and Alexander advanced through the Peloponnese with little resistance, punishing the Spartans and asserting control over Laconia. At the city of Corinth, Philip convened a gathering of Greek city-states, excluding only Sparta, and formed a new coalition. Modeled after the ancient alliances of the Greco-Persian Wars, this union became known as the League of Corinth. Philip was named its supreme commander, or hegemon, and with this powerful network of allies at his back, he set his sights eastward. The next great campaign would be against the mighty Persian Empire, and standing beside him, ready to inherit it all, was Alexander. But even in a kingdom built on strength and conquest, it was family, more than foreign enemies, that posed the most dangerous threat. While Alexander's bond with his father had been forged on the battlefield, it would soon be tested by politics, pride, and the fragility of succession. When Philip returned to Pella, fresh from his victory at Chaeronea, he surprised the court by falling in love with and marrying a young noblewoman named Cleopatra Eurydice. She was the niece of one of his most trusted generals, Attalus. Though Philip had taken many wives throughout his reign, this union was different. Cleopatra was Macedonian by blood, unlike Alexander's mother Olympias, who came from Epirus. The marriage cast a shadow of uncertainty over Alexander's future, raising the possibility that a new, fully Macedonian heir could soon be born, one who might eclipse the son Philip had spent years grooming for greatness. Tensions came to a head during the wedding feast. Fueled by wine and ambition, Attalus stood and made a toast to the gods, asking them to bless the marriage with a legitimate heir to the throne. The insult was thinly veiled. Alexander, furious, hurled a cup at Attalus and shouted, "What? Am I then a bastard?" The room fell silent as Philip rose from his seat, sword in hand, and lunged toward his son. But whether from rage or too much wine, the king stumbled and fell to the ground. Alexander, eyes burning, looked down at him and said coldly, "So this is the man preparing to cross from Europe into Asia, yet he can't even make it from one seat to another." The damage was done. In 337 BC, Alexander left Macedon alongside his mother. He took her to Epirus, where her brother ruled as king, and then travelled further north into Illyria. Despite the fact that he had fought and defeated them in battle just a few years earlier, the Illyrian rulers welcomed Alexander as a guest, honouring him with hospitality rather than hostility. Still, his exile would not last forever. It seems Philip had never truly intended to disown his son, and thanks to the mediation of a mutual friend, Demaratus, father and son, were reconciled. After 6 months away, Alexander returned to Pella. But the uneasy peace did not last long. In the following year, the Persian satrap of Caria, a man named Pixodarus, offered his daughter's hand in marriage, not to Alexander, but to his half-brother, Philip Aridaeus. To Olympias and Alexander's close circle, this proposal looked like a threat. If Aridaeus married into Persian nobility, it could be seen as a signal that Philip favoured him as heir. Acting quickly, Alexander sent a trusted actor named Thessalus to deliver a counteroffer. He told Pixodarus the princess should marry Alexander instead. When Philip learned what had happened, he was furious. He broke off all negotiations and reprimanded Alexander, claiming he had no intention of marrying his son to the daughter of a Persian provincial governor. But punishment followed nonetheless. 4 of Alexander's closest companions, Harpalus, Nearchus, Ptolemy, and Erigius, were exiled. Thessalus was seized and returned in chains. These moments revealed just how delicate the balance of power had become inside the royal family. Though he had returned to Macedon, Alexander was walking a razor's edge, still heir to the throne, but now forced to watch his every step. The storm was gathering, and the next time it broke, it would change the course of history forever. Tensions at court had quieted, but only on the surface. Beneath the polished ceremonies and carefully measured words, rivalries still simmered. Alexander had returned, but so had the uncertainty that followed him. And then, in a single moment, everything changed, not by design or diplomacy, but by blood. In the autumn of 336 BC, during the royal wedding festivities in the city of Aegae, Philip II was preparing to celebrate the marriage of his daughter Cleopatra to Alexander of Epirus, Olympias's own brother. It was meant to be a symbol of unity between kingdoms, a carefully arranged alliance to strengthen Philip's position on all fronts. But before the celebrations could reach their height, tragedy struck. As Philip walked in ceremonial procession into the theatre, he was attacked and fatally stabbed by one of his own bodyguards, a man named Pausanias. Ancient sources, including the historian Diodorus, suggest that Pausanias had once been close to Philip, perhaps even his lover, and had grown embittered by a perceived betrayal. Whatever his motive, his act shattered the fragile peace of the royal court. He attempted to flee the scene but stumbled, some say over a vine, and was quickly overtaken and killed by Philip's guards. Among those who struck him down were 2 of Alexander's closest companions, Perdiccas and Leonatus. In the stunned silence that followed, the future of Macedon hung in the balance, but only briefly. The nobles and military officers wasted no time. On that very day, in the presence of the army and gathered elites, Alexander, barely 20 years old, was proclaimed king. The boy who had once tamed a wild horse, the prince who had studied under Aristotle and led troops into battle before most men had grown beards, was now the ruler of an empire poised to change the world. Though the crown passed swiftly to Alexander, its weight brought immediate danger. A young king, no matter how capable, stood vulnerable in a kingdom filled with older men who had waited years for their chance. Macedon had no tradition of peaceful transitions. To survive, Alexander would have to move quickly and decisively. One of his first acts as king was to eliminate threats to his rule. Among them was his cousin, Amyntas IV, who had once held the throne himself. Alexander ordered his execution without hesitation. He also pursued justice for his father's assassination, targeting 3 princes from the Lyncestis region believed to be involved. 2 were put to death, while a third, Alexander of Lyncestis, was spared, perhaps to avoid making enemies too quickly. But not all acts of vengeance came from the new king. His mother, Olympias, acted with a ferocity all her own. She had Cleopatra Eurydice, Philip's new wife, and her infant daughter burned alive. When Alexander learned of it, he was outraged, but the damage was already done. The message was clear: The old royal bloodline would not tolerate rivals. Another casualty was Attalus, Cleopatra's powerful uncle and a seasoned general who had insulted Alexander during Philip's wedding. At the time, Attalus had been stationed with the army's vanguard in Asia Minor and had secretly been in contact with Athens. Whether it was for his past insults, his dangerous political connections, or simply because he posed too great a risk, Alexander had him killed as well. Despite this wave of bloodshed, not all were swept away. Alexander spared his half-brother, Philip Aridaeus, who was reportedly mentally impaired, perhaps from poisoning years earlier, a rumor often attributed to Olympias. Whatever the truth, the young king saw no threat in him and allowed him to live. Philip's sudden death had rippled across the Greek world like a shockwave. Several regions, emboldened by the loss of the powerful king, rose in rebellion. Thebes, Athens, Thessaly, and the northern Thracian tribes all prepared to cast off Macedonian rule. Alexander was advised to proceed cautiously, perhaps to negotiate peace, but instead he chose speed and surprise. With only 3,000 cavalry at his side, he charged south toward Thessaly. When he arrived, he found the Thessalian army blocking the pass between Mount Olympus and Mount Ossa. Instead of confronting them directly, Alexander ordered his men to ride over the mountain itself, a daring and dangerous maneuver. When the Thessalians awoke the next morning, they were stunned to find Macedonian forces behind them. They surrendered without a fight, and their cavalry joined Alexander's growing force. From there, he continued into central Greece, stopping at the sacred site of Thermopylae, where he was formally recognized as the leader of the Amphictyonic League. He then pressed south to Corinth, where the tension finally began to ease. Athens, realizing their position was untenable, sued for peace. Alexander granted it, showing mercy that strengthened his image as a ruler, not just a warrior. It was in Corinth that one of the most famous encounters of his life took place. Curious about the local philosophers, Alexander sought out the famed cynic, Diogenes, who was sunbathing when the king arrived. When Alexander asked what he could do for him, Diogenes simply replied, "Yes, stand aside. You're blocking my sunlight." Rather than take offense, Alexander laughed and is said to have told his companions, "If I were not Alexander, I would wish to be Diogenes." With peace restored and his authority recognized, Alexander was officially named hegemon, supreme commander of the League of Corinth. Like his father before him, he now held the mandate to lead the Greeks into war against Persia. But even as he looked eastward, word arrived of a Thracian uprising in the north. There would be no rest, not yet. His kingdom was not fully secure, and the world he was about to challenge was far larger than anything Macedon had ever faced. With peace re-established in the south and his authority recognized across the Greek world, Alexander turned his gaze to the horizon. The Persian Empire lay waiting across the sea, but before he could march east, he had to silence the unrest in his own backyard. The northern frontier was still unsettled, its rugged terrain home to fiercely independent tribes that had resisted Macedonian rule for generations. If Alexander was to launch a campaign into Asia, he could not afford to leave rebellion smoldering behind him. In the spring of 335 BC, he moved north. Setting out from Amphipolis, he led his army deep into the territory of the so-called independent Thracians, tribes that guarded the mountain passes with hardened warriors. At Mount Haemus, Alexander encountered a well-fortified Thracian force occupying the high ground. Using a bold and methodical assault, the Macedonian phalanx pushed uphill under a barrage of carts and projectiles hurled from above. Despite the terrain, they broke through and scattered the defenders, taking control of the pass. From there, Alexander turned westward into the land of the Triballi. Near the banks of the Liganus River, a tributary of the Danube, he met the Tribalian army in open battle. Once again, his forces prevailed, forcing the enemy to retreat. Driven by momentum, Alexander pressed on for 3 more days until he reached the Danube River itself. On the far bank stood the Getae, a tribe unused to seeing invaders reach their doorstep. Under cover of night, Alexander ordered a stealthy crossing of the river. At dawn, his cavalry struck without warning. The Getae, caught off guard, fled after the first wave of fighting. The northern tribes had never seen a force move with such speed and precision. But the campaign was not over. Word soon arrived that to the west, in the mountainous region of Illyria, 2 leaders, Clytus and King Glaucius of the Taulanti, had risen in open revolt. Alexander wheeled his army toward them without hesitation. In a swift and calculated series of engagements, he defeated both in turn, forcing them to abandon their armies and flee into the hills. With these victories, Alexander had done more than secure the borders of Macedon. He had sent a message, a clear, final warning to those who might doubt his strength or test his resolve. The northern frontier was now quiet. No open threats remained. And so, with the lands behind him pacified and his alliances intact, Alexander could at last turn toward the east. The path to Persia now lay open, but while Alexander brought the wild northern frontier to its knees, old fires were beginning to flicker again in the south. Some cities mistook his absence for weakness. Others still clung to the memory of freedom, whispering rebellion in the streets. Among them, one city would make a choice that would echo for centuries, not through triumph, but through ruin. As Alexander moved swiftly through Thrace and Illyria, the city of Thebes once again rose in defiance, joined in sentiment, if not in arms, by nearby Athens. The timing was bold. The young king was far from home, and rumors swirled that he had fallen in battle. Seizing what they believed to be an opportunity, Thebes declared open revolt. Alexander, upon hearing the news, wasted no time. In a matter of days, he was marching south with an army hardened by recent victory. Other cities, wary from previous defeats, hesitated, but Thebes stood firm. They had defied Macedon before. They would do so again. But the world had changed. The Theban resistance, though passionate, was poorly organized and no match for Alexander's disciplined forces. The battle was swift, the outcome decisive. In its aftermath, Alexander made a choice that was as political as it was brutal. He ordered the city of Thebes razed to the ground. Its walls were torn down, its homes burned. Thousands were either killed or sold into slavery. The land that once belonged to Thebes was divided among the neighboring Boeotian cities. This single act stunned all of Greece. Even Athens, long the voice of resistance, fell silent. The destruction of Thebes was not just punishment. It was a message delivered in fire and stone. For the moment, it worked. The Greek world fell quiet. No city dared challenge him again. With his homeland pacified and his authority absolute, Alexander prepared for the journey that had waited years to begin. He left behind his trusted general, Antipater, to rule Macedon in his absence, and turned his eyes eastward. The campaign against Persia was about to begin. The fires of Thebes had barely cooled when Alexander turned his back on Greece for what would become the last time. With no rivals left to challenge him at home, he was now free to pursue the mission that had been his father's dream and had become his own obsession. He would not be content to rule Macedon or even Greece. The true prize lay across the sea, in the heart of the ancient world, the vast, powerful Persian Empire. Alexander's campaign into Asia would become one of the most studied military undertakings in history, not merely for its boldness, but for the elegance of its design. It was not a reckless charge into foreign lands. It was a carefully woven chain of strategy, each step linked to the next with precision and foresight. Military scholars, even centuries later, would describe his conquest as a perfect example of strategic cohesion, what Soviet theorist Alexander Sveshin called a strategic line, where each operation served a single, unified purpose. First, Alexander had done what few commanders before him had managed. He secured his rear. Greece was pacified. The Balkans were under control. His army could march forward without having to look back. But more than that, he recognized that to fight Persia, he must first dismantle its greatest advantage, its fleet. The Persian navy ruled the seas, supplied from coastal strongholds stretching across the Afro-Asian shoreline. Rather than chase ships across endless waters, Alexander chose a different path. He would take the coasts. By capturing every harbor, every port, and every supply station, he would starve the Persian fleet from the land. Only once these pieces were in place would he move inland to confront the Persian king directly. It was a solution to one of the greatest challenges in warfare: how to sustain an invading army deep within enemy territory. Alexander answered that question not with numbers, but with brilliance. The invasion was no longer a question of if, but when, and that moment had arrived. With his army assembled, his strategy mapped, and the Greek world held firmly in his grasp, Alexander stepped onto the path that would make him immortal. What had once been his father's dream was now his own sacred mission: to conquer the vast Persian Empire, avenge the old wounds of Greece, and claim for himself a destiny whispered by oracles and carved into myth. Before his death, Philip II had already laid the groundwork for an eastern invasion. As early as 336 BC, he had sent trusted generals, including Parmenion and Attalus, along with a force of 10,000 men into western Anatolia. Their goal was to liberate the Greek cities under Persian rule and prepare the land for a greater campaign. But Philip's assassination threw everything into uncertainty. The cities, once hopeful for freedom, hesitated. The Macedonian forces, shaken by the loss of their king, were soon defeated near Magnesia by Persian troops under the command of the experienced mercenary Memnon of Rhodes. Alexander, just 20 years old, inherited this incomplete vision, but he wasted no time making it his own. In the spring of 334 BC, he crossed the Hellespont into Asia with an army numbering over 48,000 men, including elite cavalry, Greek hoplites, Thracian warriors, and Paeonian riders. A fleet of 120 ships followed, manned by nearly 40,000 crew. As he stepped onto Asian soil, Alexander threw a spear into the earth and declared that he accepted all of Asia as a gift from the gods. It was a gesture of conquest, but also of reverence. Unlike his father, who had favored diplomacy, Alexander would lead with action. His first great test came at the Granicus River. There, Persian satraps had gathered a force to block his advance. Alexander struck with precision and fury, crossing the river under fire and routing the enemy. The victory opened the way into Asia Minor. Cities like Sardis, a rich provincial capital, surrendered without resistance. As he moved down the Ionian coast, Alexander offered Greek cities their autonomy and the promise of democracy, winning loyalty without lifting a sword. But not all cities yielded so easily. At Miletus, a Persian-held port, Alexander faced his first naval threat. Though the Persian fleet loomed nearby, he conducted a swift siege and captured the city. Further south in Caria, he confronted Memnon once more at Halicarnassus. This siege was larger, longer, and more complex, but Alexander prevailed again, forcing Memnon and his ally Orontobates to retreat by sea. As a final political gesture, he restored the local rule of Ada, a member of the region's old dynasty. In gratitude, she adopted Alexander as her son, offering him both legitimacy and loyalty. From there, Alexander turned inland. He passed through Lycia and Pamphylia, seizing every coastal city to cut off the Persian navy's ability to regroup. Once the coast no longer offered strategic targets, he entered the mountainous interior. At the fortified city of Termessos, high in the Pisidian hills, he chose not to attack. Instead, he humbled the defenders with his presence and moved on, leaving the city untouched. Eventually, he reached the ancient city of Gordium, capital of Phrygia. There, a legend awaited him. A knot, bound so tightly no one could untie it, was said to hold the secret of kingship over Asia. Many had tried and failed. Alexander, however, saw no reason to be constrained by tradition. According to the story, he drew his sword and sliced through the knot with a single stroke. Whether the tale is true or not, the message was clear. Alexander would not be bound by the limits of others. He would make his own way forward, by force if necessary. And so, through mountains and myths, sieges and ceremonies, Alexander moved deeper into the empire of Persia, carving his legacy one city at a time. With the symbolic challenge of the Gordian knot behind him, Alexander pressed onward, deeper into the heart of the Persian Empire. Each victory brought him closer to Darius III, the Persian king who now understood that this young Macedonian was no passing threat. He was a storm rolling eastward, and there was no sign it would stop. In the spring of 333 BC, Alexander led his forces across the Taurus Mountains and into the region of Cilicia. There, he fell seriously ill, an episode that halted the advance and raised fears among his men. But as always, he recovered swiftly. Once on his feet, he resumed the campaign, setting his sights on Syria. Meanwhile, Darius had assembled an enormous army and taken position behind Alexander's lines, cutting him off from the coast. The Persian king hoped to trap him and end the war in a single blow. Instead, Alexander turned back, fast and fearlessly. He retraced his steps to Cilicia, where the two armies met near the town of Issus. Though outnumbered, Alexander's forces struck with devastating precision. The Persian front collapsed into chaos. Darius fled the battlefield in panic, leaving behind not only vast amounts of treasure but also his family, his wife, his mother Sisygambis, and his two daughters. After the battle, Darius sent a peace offer. He promised to surrender all lands Alexander had already taken and offered a massive ransom of 10,000 talents for the safe return of his family. But Alexander, now calling himself the rightful king of Asia, dismissed the offer. It was no longer for Darius to decide which lands belonged to whom. With the Persian king in retreat, Alexander advanced through Syria and claimed control of nearly the entire coastline of the Levant. Each city he passed secured his grip on the region, but one, Tyre, refused to surrender. Proud, powerful, and located on an island just off the coast, Tyre believed itself safe behind its walls and sea. In 332 BC, Alexander laid siege to the city. It would be one of his most difficult and drawn-out operations. For months, his forces constructed a causeway stretching from the mainland to the island fortress, under constant attack from the Tyrian navy. The siege tested his engineers, his soldiers, and his patience. But Alexander refused to give up. When the walls were finally breached, his army stormed the city in a furious assault. The aftermath was brutal. All men of fighting age were put to death. The surviving women and children were sold into slavery. It was not merely a victory, it was a message to every city that might consider resistance. From the mountains of Cilicia to the shores of Tyre, Alexander had now claimed nearly the entire eastern Mediterranean. Persia's influence in the region was collapsing, and he was far from finished. With Tyre reduced to rubble and the eastern Mediterranean firmly under his control, Alexander pressed south. The cities along the coast, hearing of Tyre's fate, surrendered one after another without a fight. But one final obstacle still stood between him and Egypt, a fortified city perched on a high mound in the desert, defiant and prepared. Its name was Gaza. Unlike the cities that had bowed in fear, Gaza resisted. Its position atop a natural hill made it nearly impregnable, and Alexander's engineers warned him that a siege would be extremely difficult. But where others saw a barrier, Alexander saw a challenge. He ordered the assault to begin. The battle for Gaza was long and punishing. 3 times his forces attacked. 3 times they were pushed back. On the final assault, the city fell, but not before Alexander himself was wounded by a projectile that struck his shoulder. As in Tyre, the outcome was grim. The men of military age were killed, and the remaining women and children were sold into slavery. Gaza had refused to yield, and it had paid the price. After Gaza, the road to Egypt lay open. When Alexander arrived at the Nile in late 332 BC, he was welcomed not as a conqueror, but as a liberator. The Egyptian people had long resented Persian rule, and now they saw in this young foreign king a chance at renewal. Temples were restored, sacred sites were honored, and Alexander, always attuned to symbolism, participated in local rituals to secure legitimacy. At the great temple of Ptah in Memphis, he was crowned Pharaoh of Egypt. Though he was a foreigner, the priests and people accepted him with surprising ease. But it was not enough for Alexander to rule Egypt. He sought divine recognition. Deep in the western desert, far from the lush banks of the Nile, lay the oracle of Amun-Ra at Siwa Oasis. The journey through the sands was long and uncertain, but when Alexander arrived, the priests greeted him with reverence. There, in that sacred place, they pronounced him the son of Amun, the Egyptian god of creation. From that moment on, Alexander would often refer to Zeus Ammon as his true father. Later coins would depict him with the curved horns of the god, a symbol of his divine lineage. During his time in Egypt, he founded a city along the Mediterranean coast. He named it Alexandria. Though it began as a gesture, it would one day grow into one of the greatest cities of the ancient world, an eternal monument to his vision. He spent only a few months in the land of the Nile, but his impact was lasting. He reorganized its administration, reformed the taxation system, and left behind loyal governors to oversee it in his name. By early 331 BC, his work in Egypt was complete. The temples stood tall once more. The people revered him as both king and god, and the last of the Persian footholds had been stripped away. And so, with the desert behind him and destiny still ahead, Alexander turned east once again, ready to confront the heart of the Persian Empire. With the sands of Egypt behind him and divine recognition still fresh in the minds of his followers, Alexander once again turned toward his ultimate objective, the Persian king. Darius had escaped him twice, once at Issus and again in retreat from the growing storm. But Alexander was no longer just a commander chasing an enemy. He was now Pharaoh of Egypt, crowned by priests and hailed as the son of a god. And he was marching not simply to conquer, but to end a dynasty. In the autumn of 331 BC, Alexander led his army eastward into the vast plains of Mesopotamia, entering the ancient lands of Assyria in what is now northern Iraq. There, near a village called Gaugamela, Darius assembled what would be his final defense. His army dwarfed Alexander's in size, tens of thousands more men, chariots equipped with blades, and war elephants meant to terrify and overwhelm. But strategy, not size, would decide the outcome. The Battle of Gaugamela unfolded beneath a wide-open sky. Despite the odds, Alexander's formations remained fluid, precise, and patient. When the moment came, he led a direct charge toward the Persian center, causing panic to ripple through the ranks. Once again, Darius fled, his royal guard unable to hold the line. Alexander pursued him as far as Arbela, but the Persian king disappeared into the mountains, retreating toward Ecbatana. The battle was over, and this time, so was the war. Gaugamela had been the decisive blow. The might of Persia, once the most powerful empire the world had ever known, had collapsed under the weight of one man's will. Alexander turned south and soon reached Babylon, one of the greatest and most storied cities in the ancient world. But even here, he moved with thoughtfulness, not cruelty. According to Babylonian records, Alexander sent messengers ahead with a promise to the people: "I shall not enter your houses." He would not come as a destroyer, he would come as a king. And so, as the gates of Babylon opened to receive him, the man once born in a northern Greek kingdom stood now at the heart of an empire. Crowned in Egypt, victorious in Persia, welcomed by the priests of Babylon. Alexander was no longer just a conqueror. He was becoming a legend. Though the gates of Babylon had opened willingly, Alexander knew the heart of the Persian Empire still lay further east. Darius had vanished into the mountains, and though his crown had lost its power, the myth of Persia endured. To truly bring the empire to its knees, Alexander would need to take not just its cities, but its soul. From Babylon, he advanced to Susa, one of the great capitals of the Achaemenid dynasty. The city fell with little resistance, and within its walls, Alexander found immense wealth stored in its royal treasury, precious metals, silks, and tribute collected from the far corners of the empire. But his eyes were already fixed on Persepolis, the ceremonial capital and spiritual seat of Persian royalty. It was a city wrapped in grandeur, with gilded halls and ancient stone palaces, built to honor the kings who had ruled for generations. To reach it, Alexander divided his forces. The bulk of his army took the longer but safer royal road, while he led a smaller elite unit through a more direct route, one that cut through the snow-covered passes of the Zagros Mountains. There, at a narrow defile known as the Persian Gates, he encountered fierce resistance. A Persian general named Ariobarzanes had fortified the path, hoping to trap Alexander's forces among the cliffs. But the Macedonians adapted, finding a hidden route that allowed them to flank the defenders. The Persian position collapsed, and the pass was taken. Alexander raced ahead to Persepolis before its garrison could destroy the treasury. When he entered the city, he did not spare it. For several days, he allowed his troops to plunder its wealth, perhaps as vengeance for the Persian destruction of Athens nearly 150 years earlier. The city that once symbolized Persian pride now echoed with the sounds of conquest. He remained in Persepolis for 5 months, but during his stay, something irreversible happened. One night, a fire broke out in the eastern palace of Xerxes I and quickly spread through the rest of the city. Some say it began as an accident, a drunken revelry gone too far. Others, including the ancient writers Plutarch and Diodorus, claim it was an act of deliberate revenge, spurred on by a woman named Thais, who urged Alexander to burn the city in retaliation for the Persian sack of Athens. Whether accidental or intentional, the flames engulfed the city in a matter of hours. Watching the fire consume the palaces and temples, Alexander's mood shifted. At first, he is said to have embraced the destruction, but by morning regret set in. Some accounts claim he tried to have the fire extinguished, but it was already too late. The symbol of Persian majesty had been reduced to ash and smoke. As the city smoldered, Alexander reportedly walked among the ruins and came upon a toppled statue of Xerxes. He stood before it in silence, then spoke as though addressing an old rival. Should he leave the fallen king lying in the dirt, he wondered, for leading campaigns against Greece, or should he raise him up again in respect for his strength, his greatness, and the empire he once commanded? That quiet moment amid the ruins said more than any victory parade. Alexander had conquered Persepolis, but in destroying it, he had also destroyed something within himself. The ashes of Persepolis still lingered in the air when Alexander resumed his pursuit. Though the city had fallen and the Persian capital had been reduced to ruin, the king himself had escaped. Darius III, once ruler of the greatest empire on earth, was now a fugitive, his authority shattered, his empire collapsing around him. But for Alexander, the conquest would not be complete until the king had been found. From the ruins of Persia's ceremonial heart, Alexander led his army northward into Media, then further east into Parthia. Darius was no longer leading armies. He was now at the mercy of his own satraps. Chief among them was Bessus, the powerful governor of Bactria and a distant relative of the royal line. As Alexander's forces closed in, Bessus betrayed his king. He had Darius seized and fatally stabbed, abandoning the wounded monarch on the roadside as he declared himself the new king, Artaxerxes V. When Alexander finally reached Darius's body, he was too late to save him, but not too late to honor him. He ordered that Darius be given a royal burial, laid to rest beside his Achaemenid ancestors. And whether true or crafted for legitimacy, Alexander declared that Darius had, with his dying breath, named him rightful successor to the Persian throne. In that moment, the Achaemenid Empire, once stretching from the Aegean to the Indus, was declared finished. Yet Alexander, rather than tearing its systems apart, chose to inherit its legacy. Many of its administrative structures were preserved and adapted under his rule. As the historian Pierre Briant would later note, Alexander ruled in many ways as the final Achaemenid king. But Bessus's rebellion could not be ignored. Alexander now turned his attention to the east. What began as a mission to hunt down a traitor evolved into a sweeping campaign across Central Asia. With every step deeper into unfamiliar terrain, he founded new cities, each bearing his name. Among them was Alexandria in Arachosia, now Kandahar in modern-day Afghanistan, and Alexandria Ashate, the furthest, in the remote reaches of what is now Tajikistan. This was no longer a war of revenge. It had become a reshaping of the known world. His path led him through Media, Parthia, Arya, Drangiana, Arachosia, and into the wild, windswept lands of Bactria and Sogdiana. In 329 BC, a shift occurred. Spitamenes, a powerful figure in Sogdiana, betrayed Bessus and handed him over to Ptolemy, one of Alexander's most trusted generals. Bessus was executed for his crimes, but the peace would not last. As Alexander pushed further into the steppes, Spitamenes turned on him, inciting a new wave of rebellion. While dealing with a sudden attack by nomadic horsemen near the Jaxartes River, Alexander responded with speed and precision, defeating them in a fierce battle. Immediately afterward, he turned to face Spitamenes himself. At the Battle of Gabai, Alexander's forces broke the rebellion once and for all. Defeated, Spitamenes was abandoned by his own men, who killed him and surrendered. This vast eastern campaign, harsh, grueling and unfamiliar, marked a new chapter in Alexander's journey. He was no longer simply a conqueror of cities. He had become the architect of an empire that stretched into lands where even the Persians had struggled to hold power. Yet even as he tamed the far reaches of the east, the fire that drove him refused to dim. Something within him was still reaching, still restless. Though the eastern frontiers were now subdued and Alexander's name echoed from the shores of Egypt to the peaks of the Hindu Kush, his challenges were far from over. Conquering an empire was one kind of victory. Holding it together was another entirely. As he began reshaping the vast territories under his command, Alexander found himself navigating not just the resistance of cities, but the fragile pride of men, both foreign and familiar. During his time in Central Asia, Alexander began adopting aspects of Persian court customs, a calculated effort to win the support of the local nobility. Among these customs was proskinesis, a ritual gesture of submission involving either a kiss to the hand or a full prostration on the ground. To Persian aristocrats, it was a sign of respect toward kings and gods. But to Alexander's Greek and Macedonian companions, it was a dangerous gesture, one reserved only for the divine. Many believed the young king had begun to think of himself not merely as a ruler, but as a living god. The reaction was swift and cold. The gesture stirred resentment and suspicion among his countrymen, and under pressure, Alexander eventually abandoned the practice. Still, the question of identity pressed in from all sides. For centuries, elite positions in the Persian Empire, whether in government, the army, or the satrapies, had been dominated by Iranian nobles, many of whom were bound to the royal family through marriage. Alexander had to choose, either exclude them entirely and risk destabilizing the system, or integrate them into his new order, even if it meant alienating his Macedonian base. Historian Pierre Briant later argued that Alexander was not simply trying to break the empire's internal contradictions. He was trying to recreate it, reformed but still recognizable, with himself at its center. Early signs of this ambition had been clear. He had written to Darius, claiming that he was the more rightful heir to the Persian throne. Yet paradoxically, his decision to burn the palace at Persepolis and the widespread Persian opposition that followed undermined any claim to legitimacy through Darius's legacy. Instead, Alexander rebranded himself as the avenger of the fallen king and used that image to justify his authority in the East. But the weight of empire was heavy, and within his inner circle, tensions were beginning to fracture. A plot against Alexander's life was uncovered, implicating one of his top officers, Philotas, who had failed to report the conspiracy. The punishment was death, and with Philotas executed, Alexander ordered the killing of his father as well, Parmenion, the seasoned general who had once guarded the royal treasury at Ecbatana. Though there was no proof of his involvement, the risk of revenge was too great. The order was given, the sword fell, but it was the death of Clytus the Black that left the deepest scar. Clytus had once saved Alexander's life in battle at the Granicus River, yet in a drunken quarrel at Maracanda, today's Samarkand, Clytus criticized the king's growing vanity, his abandonment of Macedonian customs, and his increasing embrace of what many saw as Eastern decadence. Blinded by rage and wine, Alexander struck him down with his own hand. The man who had once stood between Alexander and death now lay dead by the king's own blade. In the cold silence that followed, Alexander was said to be overwhelmed with grief. Not long after, another plot emerged, this time from within his own royal pages, the young nobles who served at court. It was said that Callisthenes, a philosopher and official historian, had been involved. Callisthenes had already fallen from favor for opposing the ritual of proskynesis, and now he was implicated in treason. Whether guilty or not, he was arrested along with the accused conspirators. Ancient sources tell of brutal interrogations, and none of the accused were ever seen again. These dark chapters revealed the mounting pressure of rule. Alexander was no longer simply a warrior seeking conquest. He had become a man burdened by power, mistrusted by old allies, misunderstood by new ones, and haunted by the cost of the world he was trying to hold together. As Alexander pushed further east, through mountains, deserts, and endless campaigns, his homeland drifted further behind him, both in distance and in thought. Yet even as he chased immortality across Asia, the kingdom of Macedon remained the root of his power. He had not left it unguarded. When Alexander first departed for Asia, he entrusted the affairs of Macedon to one of his most trusted men, Antipater. A seasoned general and political strategist, Antipater had served loyally under Philip II and was known for his steady hand. With Greece still uneasy after the destruction of Thebes, Antipater's presence offered reassurance that order would be maintained in the king's absence. And for the most part, it was. The shocking fall of Thebes had sent a clear message, and the Greek city-states remained largely compliant. Only one serious challenge arose. In 331 BC, King Agis III of Sparta attempted to rally a rebellion, hoping to stir the old fires of resistance. Antipater responded swiftly, meeting Agis in battle near Megalopolis. The Spartans were defeated, and Agis was killed. Instead of exacting harsh punishment, Antipater referred the matter to the League of Corinth, which in turn deferred to Alexander. In a rare display of mercy, the king chose to pardon them, perhaps unwilling to reignite old conflicts while building his empire abroad. But even as peace held in public, tensions brewed in private. Antipater found himself at odds with Olympias, Alexander's mother, who had remained a powerful and politically active presence in Macedon. Letters crossed great distances, with both sides voicing complaints, Antipater accusing Olympias of interference, and Olympias accusing him of disloyalty. Alexander, thousands of miles away, found himself caught between the two. Still, the Greek world enjoyed a rare stretch of prosperity during Alexander's conquests. The wealth flowing back from the east poured into Macedon like a river. Gold, silver, fine textiles, and tribute from distant lands. Trade flourished. Markets expanded. For a time, it seemed as though the ancient dream of a united Hellenic world was not just possible, but real. Yet beneath that prosperity, a quiet cost was growing. Alexander's constant need for soldiers meant more and more Macedonian men were drawn away to serve in distant campaigns, many never to return. Entire communities were left depleted. As Macedonians spread across the empire, from Egypt to Bactria, the strength of the homeland itself began to fade. And though the coffers overflowed with the riches of conquest, Macedon, without its king, without its young men, was slowly becoming hollow. In the years after Alexander's death, that weakness would become clear. The kingdom, once the heart of an empire, would struggle to stand alone, and in time it would fall, not by sword, but by slow erosion, until Rome came to claim what Alexander had once left behind. While Alexander's empire expanded by the sword, it was through silver and gold that his presence endured. Long after his armies had moved on, his image remained, etched into coins that traveled further than even his cavalry could ride. These small pieces of metal, passed from hand to hand across continents, told a quieter story of power, one not shouted on battlefields, but whispered in the daily transactions of life. The foundation for this monetary empire was laid even before Alexander's rise. His father, Philip II, had conquered the mineral-rich region of Pangaeum and the nearby island of Thasos in the mid-4th century BC. These territories brought vast gold and silver resources under Macedonian control, wealth that would later fund the most ambitious military expedition the world had yet seen. Following his victory at the Battle of Issus in 333 BC, Alexander began issuing new coinage from the city of Tarsus in Cilicia. This marked the beginning of a powerful and far-reaching currency system that would soon become the standard across his vast territories. His mints produced a range of coins, gold staters, silver tetradrachms and drachms, and smaller bronze denominations. Remarkably, the design of these coins remained largely consistent throughout the empire, signaling both unity and control. Each detail carried meaning. The gold coins featured the helmeted head of Athena, goddess of wisdom and war on one side and a winged Nike, Victory herself on the other. The silver coinage bore the image of Heracles, the lion-skinned hero and mythic ancestor of the Macedonian royal line, on the obverse. On the reverse sat Zeus, king of the gods, enthroned and holding an eagle-tipped scepter. These were not random choices. Heracles linked Alexander to divine lineage, while Zeus represented the divine authority of kingship. For the Macedonians, these figures were sacred. For Alexander, they reinforced the mythos of his rule. Yet the symbolism did not stop at Greek tradition. The lion skin worn by Heracles was also tied to Sandus, an Anatolian god worshipped in Tarsus. And the seated Zeus on Alexander's tetradrachms closely resembled the imagery of Baltars, a local deity featured on earlier Persian coins minted by the satrap Mazaeus. In this way, Alexander's coinage merged cultures, blending Greek and Eastern iconography to create a shared visual language that could travel across borders without resistance. Still, Alexander did not attempt to replace every currency system with his own. Persian coins continued to circulate freely in many satrapies. Rather than enforcing a uniform imperial mint, he allowed a level of local continuity, understanding that control did not require erasure, but integration. In the hands of merchants, soldiers, artisans, and farmers, these coins carried more than just monetary value. They carried an image of empire. And long after Alexander was gone, his coins would remain, enduring reminders of the man who had once called himself the King of Asia. As Alexander's empire stretched further into the unknown, silver coins bearing his image flowed through distant markets, while his armies marched toward lands few Greeks had ever seen. Beyond the mountains of the Hindu Kush, beyond the familiar terrain of Persia, lay the edge of the known world, the Indian subcontinent. Rich in rivers, kingdoms, and stories, it was a land that promised new alliances, new enemies, and yet another test of destiny. Following the defeat of Bessus and his marriage to Roxana, a noblewoman from Bactria, Alexander turned his gaze toward the region of Gandhara, what is now eastern Afghanistan and northern Pakistan. To secure his path, he invited local chieftains to submit to his rule. One among them, Omphis, known in Indian sources as Ambi, the ruler of Taxila, welcomed Alexander eagerly. His territory stretched from the mighty Indus River to the banks of the Hydaspes. Seeking to preserve his power under Macedonian rule, Ambi greeted Alexander with generous gifts and pledged his full cooperation. Alexander rewarded the gesture handsomely, restoring Ambi's title, presenting him with Persian robes, golden ornaments, 30 horses, and vast quantities of treasure. Ambi then assisted Alexander's generals, Hephaestion and Perdiccas, in constructing a bridge over the Indus River near the ancient bend at Hund. When Alexander and his army crossed, Ambi hosted them in Taxila with open arms and lavish hospitality, turning what could have been a campaign of blood into one of diplomacy and allegiance. But not all the tribes of the region were so welcoming. The hill clans, particularly the Aspasioi and the Asakanoi, refused to bow. Alexander personally led his men against these hardened mountain warriors. In the Kunar Valley, he was wounded in the shoulder during a brutal clash with the Aspasioi. Still, their resistance was broken. From there, he marched against the Asakanoi, who had fortified themselves in strongholds across the Swat and Buna valleys, including the citadels of Masaga, Ora, and the towering fortress of Aornos. At Masaga, Alexander was struck again, this time in the ankle, but continued to lead from the front. The battle raged for days until the city fell. According to ancient sources, the population was massacred and the fortress leveled. Similar destruction followed at Ora. Many survivors fled to Aornos, a strategic hilltop fortress thought to be impregnable. Alexander pursued them relentlessly and, after 4 days of intense fighting, took the fort. The greatest confrontation of the campaign came soon after, as Alexander faced King Porus on the banks of the Hydaspes River, now known as the Jhelum. Porus was a formidable opponent, commanding elephants and infantry across a flooded battlefield. The clash was epic in scale. Alexander's tactics overcame the odds, and the battle was won. But instead of executing his enemy, Alexander was struck by Porus's courage. He asked how the king wished to be treated, and Porus simply replied, like a king. Moved by this dignity, Alexander not only spared him, but appointed him satrap over his own lands and granted him even more territory to govern. To commemorate the victory, Alexander founded 2 cities along the Hydaspes. One he named Bucephala in honor of his beloved horse Bucephalus, who had died around this time. The other he called Nicaea, meaning victory. According to later accounts, Alexander even honored a war elephant from Porus's army that had fought with such bravery that he named it Ajax, after the Greek hero, and dedicated it to the sun god Helios. Its tusks were adorned with gold rings, inscribed with the words, "Alexander, son of Zeus, dedicates Ajax to the sun." Though his path through India was marked by triumphs and tributes, it was also etched with exhaustion. The campaigns had grown long, and whispers of discontent began to stir within the ranks. For Alexander, this vast land offered endless horizons, but for his weary men, the edge of the world had already been reached. Though Alexander had won one of his most impressive victories at the Hydaspes and secured loyalty from King Porus, the spirit of his army was beginning to dim. They had crossed deserts, scaled mountains, and fought countless battles in foreign lands. Each step deeper into the subcontinent felt like a step further from home, and now, ahead of them, loomed rumors of even greater kingdoms, richer, vaster, and more heavily armed. Beyond Porus's territory, toward the east, lay the powerful Nanda Empire of Magadha, and further still, the distant lands of the Gangaridae near the mouth of the Ganges. Word reached Alexander that these empires commanded armies far larger than anything he had faced. Tens of thousands of cavalry, hundreds of thousands of infantry, war chariots, and elephants by the thousands were said to be waiting. The Ganges River itself, wide and deep, became a symbol of that looming impossibility, a boundary not just of geography, but of human will. When Alexander reached the banks of the Hyphasis River, known today as the Bees, he prepared to press forward, but his army refused. They had followed him for over a decade, through victories and hardship, through blood and heat and sand. Now, staring across the water toward the unknown, they mutinied. No matter how he pleaded, no matter how many speeches he gave promising wealth, glory, and immortality, their hearts were set. Even his trusted General Conus stood before him and gently urged retreat. The men longed to see their families again, to return not as soldiers, but as sons, fathers, and husbands. Reluctantly, Alexander agreed. The Hyphasis marked the furthest edge of his empire, and his dream of conquering the known world would stretch no further. Instead, he turned south, beginning the long journey home along the Indus River. But even retreat was not without battle. Along the way, he encountered resistance from Indian tribes, including the Malhi, near present-day Multan. During the siege of their citadel, Alexander was gravely wounded. An arrow pierced his armor and struck deep into his lung. For a time, his survival hung in question. But once again, he recovered, though the incident left his army shaken and perhaps reminded them that even Alexander was still a mortal man. With the campaign drawing to a close, he began the slow process of returning west. Part of his army, under General Craterus, was sent through Carmania in what is now southern Iran. Another portion, under his Admiral Nearchus, sailed along the Persian Gulf, exploring its coastal waters. Alexander himself chose the harshest path, leading his remaining forces through the barren stretch of the Gedrosian Desert and the unforgiving Makran coast. It was a brutal march. Men collapsed under the weight of the sun. Water was scarce, the terrain merciless. Many did not survive. The desert claimed them not with swords or arrows, but with silence, heat, and exhaustion. At last, in 324 BC, Alexander reached Susa. He had returned to Persia, but the man who arrived was no longer the boy who had set out from Macedon. He was scarred, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, by all he had seen, all he had taken, and all he had lost. Though Alexander had returned to Persian lands, he was not returning to rest. His empire now stretched farther than any before it, and yet what he found upon his return was not the stability he had envisioned, but betrayal. In his absence, many of the satraps and military governors he had trusted had grown corrupt, abusing their power, enriching themselves, and undermining the very order he had worked to create. As he made his way back to Susa, Alexander acted with unforgiving resolve. Several of these officials were executed publicly, their deaths serving as warnings to others who might forget whom they served. Yet just as he could be ruthless, he could also be generous. To honor the sacrifices of his men, he paid off their debts, an act that should have inspired gratitude. But when he announced that older veterans and wounded soldiers would be sent home to Macedon under the command of Craterus, many of his troops misunderstood. They believed he was casting them aside. The resentment they had buried during the Indian campaign now burst to the surface. At the city of Opis, his men mutinied. Their grievances were many. They resented his adoption of Persian customs, his Persian attire, and his decision to place Persian officers in command over Macedonian units. They felt he had forgotten who he was and where he came from. For 3 days, Alexander tried to reason with them. When they refused to relent, he struck back. He publicly awarded Persian units with Macedonian titles and ranks, elevating them above the rebels. The shock of this gesture was profound. The Macedonians, realizing how far they had pushed their king, begged for forgiveness. Alexander relented, and in a gesture of reconciliation, he held a great banquet, one attended by thousands of his men, both Macedonian and Persian. It was not just a feast of celebration, but of symbolism. Alexander was attempting to forge unity, not by the sword, but by shared identity. This desire to merge East and West found another expression in Susa, where he orchestrated a mass wedding. Dozens of his officers were married to Persian and noblewomen in a grand ceremony designed to bind the two cultures together. It was a noble attempt at harmony, though most of the unions would quietly dissolve within a year. Cultural bonds, it seemed, could not be forced by decree. During this time, Alexander also traveled to Pasargadae, where he discovered that the tomb of Cyrus the Great, founder of the Persian Empire, had been desecrated. Furious, he had the guilty guards executed. He had long admired Cyrus, having read of his deeds in Xenophon's Cyropaedia. To Alexander, Cyrus represented an ideal, a ruler who commanded with both strength and wisdom. He ordered the tomb to be restored and decorated with care, a silent tribute to a predecessor he held in deep regard. But even amid this reverence, tragedy waited. At Ecbatana, where he had gone to retrieve the remainder of the Persian royal treasury, his closest companion, Hephaestion, fell ill and died. Whether by sickness or poison, the loss broke something in Alexander. He had known Hephaestion since childhood. They had fought together, grown together, and dreamed together. In his grief, Alexander declared a period of public mourning and commissioned an immense funeral pyre to be built in Babylon. No expense was spared. His sorrow was not quiet. It was a grief expressed in monuments, in gold, and in the silence that followed him for weeks afterward. Back in Babylon, Alexander tried to redirect his sorrow into purpose. New campaigns were already forming in his mind, chief among them, an expedition to Arabia. His hunger for conquest had not faded, but the pace of time was changing. The world around him was beginning to shift, and somewhere within, the fire that had once burned without limit was beginning to flicker. Alexander's return to Babylon should have marked the beginning of a new chapter. Plans were forming for new campaigns, new cities, and new roads that would stretch into Arabia and beyond. But beneath the polished ambitions and imperial ceremony, something inside him had begun to fade. Years of conquest had taken their toll, not just on the bodies of his soldiers, but on Alexander himself. He had survived countless battles, brutal terrain, betrayal, and heartbreak. Yet his final enemy came quietly, without sword or warning. In early June of 323 BC, inside the palace once built by Nebuchadnezzar II, Alexander fell ill. He was just 32 years old. The accounts of what followed differ in detail, but agree in essence. In one version, told by the historian Plutarch, Alexander had spent an evening drinking with his companions, including his admiral Nearchus and a nobleman named Medius of Larissa. Shortly afterward, he developed a fever. Over the next several days, it worsened. Soon, he could no longer speak. As word of his condition spread, soldiers gathered outside the palace in silence. They were eventually allowed to pass by his bed, one by one, as Alexander, barely conscious, raised his hand in recognition. Another account, offered by Diodorus, describes a more sudden pain, brought on after drinking a large bowl of unmixed wine in honor of Heracles. There was no fever in this version, only weakness and eventual collapse. Still, the outcome was the same. Alexander never recovered. The cause of his death has remained one of history's most enduring mysteries. In the chaotic world of Macedonian politics, where assassination was never far away, rumors of poisoning spread quickly. Some claimed he had been killed by his wine pourer, Iolaus, acting on the orders of Antipater, the once trusted regent he had recently dismissed. Others whispered that even Aristotle, Alexander's former tutor, had played a role. Some accounts, like those of Plutarch and Arrian, dismissed these claims as speculative. But the idea persisted. Centuries later, modern scholars and scientists would revisit the mystery. One theory proposed that Alexander had been poisoned with veratrum album, a poisonous plant known in antiquity, which could produce a long, drawn-out death consistent with ancient descriptions. Another hypothesis suggested he had drunk water contaminated by deadly toxins from the river Styx, believed by some to correspond to a real location in Greece. Yet no single explanation has ever been confirmed. More conventional theories point to disease. Some believe he succumbed to typhoid fever, perhaps complicated by internal infection or paralysis. Others suggest malaria, meningitis, or even a neurological condition like Guillain-Barré syndrome. Years of heavy drinking, accumulated wounds, and deep emotional strain, particularly the loss of Hephaestion, may have weakened him beyond recovery. Whatever the cause, the result was clear. On either the 10th or 11th of June, in the year 323 BC, Alexander the Great died in Babylon. His voice fell silent. His hand, once raised in command, fell still. The world he had reshaped in just over a decade now stood on the edge of uncertainty, as generals and governors scrambled to claim pieces of the empire he left behind. And so ended the life of a man who had crossed continents, shattered empires, and dared to see the world not as it was, but as it could be, not by old maps or worn-out beliefs, but by will alone. Even in death, Alexander remained larger than life, and his legacy, complex, controversial, and enduring, would echo through the centuries to come. With Alexander's final breath, the world seemed to pause. A man who had crossed continents and shattered empires was now still, and what remained was not just a legacy, but a body. And in the ancient world, a body was never just flesh. It was power. It was symbolism. And for Alexander, even in death, it became a source of political gravity. His body was encased in an elaborate gold sarcophagus, shaped like a human form, and reportedly filled with honey to preserve it. That golden coffin was then placed inside an equally magnificent casket. It wasn't just a king being buried, it was a monument to divine rule, an object of reverence. According to the seer Aristander, the land that received Alexander's remains would be happy and unvanquishable forever. Whether this was prophecy or politics, many saw the possession of his body as a claim to his throne. In ancient tradition, burying the king was a royal privilege, and those who held his remains could wield his memory like a scepter. Initially, Alexander's funeral procession was bound for Macedon, his homeland. But along the way, Ptolemy, one of his most capable generals and future ruler of Egypt, intercepted the procession. He redirected the body to Memphis in Egypt, and from there, Alexander's successor, Ptolemy II, had it transferred to Alexandria, the shining city that bore his name. There, the tomb remained for centuries, visited, admired, and revered, at least for a time. One by one, Rome's most powerful men made pilgrimages to the tomb. Julius Caesar, Augustus, and even Caligula came to lay eyes on the mummified body of the man who had shaped the world they inherited. Augustus reportedly broke off part of Alexander's nose while leaning in to gaze at the body. Caligula, in a fit of arrogance or admiration, is said to have taken Alexander's breastplate for himself. The tomb became less a place of rest and more a stage for empire. Eventually, access was restricted. Emperor Septimius Severus sealed the tomb from public view, and his son Caracalla, an admirer of Alexander, paid his respects in private. After that, the records fade. The tomb disappears from history. Its location, its condition, and even the fate of the body itself became a mystery lost to time. In the centuries since, rumors and theories have swirled. Some believed Alexander was buried elsewhere. A massive tomb discovered in Amphipolis in northern Greece sparked speculation that it had once been intended for Alexander himself, as its scale and dating aligned with his death. But further research revealed the tomb had been dedicated to Hephaestion, his closest companion, and perhaps the one person Alexander had truly loved. Another artifact, the so-called Alexander sarcophagus, was discovered near Sidon. Its detailed carvings depict Alexander in battle and in hunting scenes, but it did not house his remains. Scholars now believe it belonged to Abdolonymus, a king of Sidon appointed by Alexander after the Battle of Issus. In the chaos that followed his death, Alexander's empire fractured. His generals, once loyal, now turned on each other in violent bids for power. Ancient writers liken the leaderless army to the Cyclops of myth, blinded, thrashing about, dangerous and lost. The unity that Alexander had forced into existence began to unravel the moment he was gone. But his shadow never disappeared. His face carved into stone, his name etched into coins, his stories passed from one civilization to the next. Even in a forgotten tomb, Alexander the Great remained larger than life, a mortal king who had once ruled as if he were a god. As the dust of Alexander's empire settled and his body vanished into legend, the world he left behind began to unravel. He had conquered more than any man before him, but in his final hour, he left behind no clear heir, only questions, ambitions, and a power vacuum too vast to fill. News of his death, when it finally reached the cities of Greece, was met with disbelief. Many refused to accept it. How could someone so young, so powerful, and seemingly invincible simply die? But as the truth became undeniable, the question of succession loomed like a storm cloud over the empire. Roxane, Alexander's wife, was pregnant at the time of his death. Their child, if born a boy, would be the only direct heir. Yet a newborn could not command legions or govern a fractured realm. According to later accounts, as Alexander lay dying, his generals asked to whom he would leave his empire. His reply was said to be a single cryptic phrase, toi kratistoi, to the strongest. Others claimed he had meant to Craterus, referring to one of his most trusted commanders. But whether the message was real or misheard, or perhaps never spoken at all, is still debated. Some historians, like Arrian and Plutarch, suggest Alexander may have already been too weak to speak at all, leaving the words attributed to him as legend rather than fact. What is more certain is that, in his final moments, Alexander passed his royal signet ring to Perdiccas, a senior commander and bodyguard. In the absence of a living heir, this simple gesture was interpreted as a nomination. But Perdiccas did not immediately seize power. Instead, he proposed that Roxane's child, if male, should be king, with a regency led by himself, Craterus, Leonatus, and Antipater. The plan, however, was not accepted by all. The infantry, feeling excluded from the decision, rallied around Alexander's half-brother, Philip Aridaeus, who was of royal blood but had limited mental capacity. Tensions rose until a compromise was reached. Both Philip III and the unborn Alexander IV would rule jointly, though in truth, power rested in the hands of those who surrounded them. It was a fragile peace. Soon, rivalries erupted among the generals. The empire that had once moved as a single force under Alexander now fractured into personal fiefdoms, as each satrap, each provincial governor, began to see his own power as sovereign. The partition of Babylon, meant to organize the empire, instead became a blueprint for civil war. After Perdiccas was assassinated in 321 BC, the final thread of unity snapped. What followed was nearly 4 decades of conflict, known to history as the Wars of the Diadochi, or the Wars of the Successors. One by one, alliances crumbled, and new kingdoms emerged from the ruins. Alexander's son and half-brother, mere pawns in the struggle for power, were eventually murdered. The empire he had built in a whirlwind of ambition dissolved into 3 lasting kingdoms: Ptolemaic Egypt, Seleucid Syria in the east, and the Antigonid realm of Macedon. And thus, the map that Alexander had drawn with his sword was redrawn by those who followed. His dream of a united empire spanning east and west had shattered, but in its place rose a new age, the Hellenistic world. It was a world still shaped by his name, his image, and his memory. Even in division, Alexander's presence endured. Though Alexander's empire had fractured almost immediately after his death, whispers remained, echoes of plans not yet fulfilled. For the man who had once redrawn the known world, conquest had never been a destination, only a beginning. In his final months, even as his body weakened, his mind burned with ambition. He had not slowed. He had only started to think bigger. According to the ancient historian Diodorus, Alexander had drafted a series of written instructions, his so-called last plans, entrusted to Craterus, one of his most loyal commanders. These were not vague dreams. They were precise, bold, and global in scale. Craterus began to act on them, but after Alexander's death, the plans were brought before the troops in Babylon by Perdiccas. When the soldiers heard what their late king had envisioned, they voted to abandon them altogether. Some believed the ideas were grandiose. Others feared they would never end. Among the projects listed was an invasion of the Western Mediterranean. Alexander had envisioned building a fleet of over 1,000 ships, each larger than a trireme, and constructing harbours and a coastal road stretching across North Africa, all the way to the Pillars of Hercules, the gateway to the Atlantic. From there, he would launch a campaign against Carthage and explore the lands beyond. He also intended to raise temples, vast and opulent, at Delos, Delphi, Dodona, and Dium, and to build a towering sanctuary to Athena in the ancient city of Troy. These temples together were said to require a budget of 1,500 talents, a staggering sum even for a man who had conquered the treasuries of kings. But Alexander's vision extended beyond war and monuments. He planned to transform the very structure of the world's population. Through a policy of synoecism, he hoped to merge small villages into greater urban centers. He imagined a new global unity, where East and West would no longer be divided, but interwoven through shared cities, intermarriage, and blended cultures. Populations would be exchanged between Europe and Asia in a deliberate effort to build common ground between the world's greatest continents. He also called for the construction of a monumental tomb for his father, Philip II, one that would rival the pyramids of Egypt, a final tribute to the man who had begun the work of unifying the Greek world. And there was more. Alexander had not abandoned thoughts of Arabia. He had already begun planning its conquest. Even the idea of circumnavigating Africa had taken root. His curiosity about the far edges of the map had not dimmed, even as his body had grown weary. Some historians, such as Ernst Bardian, have questioned the authenticity of these plans. They argue that the scale was so vast, so ambitious, that it may have been exaggerated or even invented to justify abandoning them. Others suggest they were romantic inventions of later storytellers, woven into the legends that would come to surround his life. But whether fact or fiction, these visions reflect the magnitude of Alexander's imagination. To him, the empire was never enough. He had wanted to shape civilization itself. And so, in the silence after his death, his empire shattered. But his ideas lingered like an unfinished dream, bold, impossible, and timeless. Even as Alexander's empire fractured after his death, and his final dreams faded into legend, one truth remained untouched: his brilliance as a commander. Long before he was remembered as a god, a king, or a myth, he was a soldier. And in that arena, he was unmatched. Throughout his extraordinary career, Alexander never lost a single battle, not once. His armies were often outnumbered, sometimes vastly so. But through sheer mastery of terrain, tactics, and unshakable morale, he turned every disadvantage into opportunity. It wasn't simply his strategy that made him great, it was his presence. He fought alongside his men, led charges himself, and bled beside them when the odds were steep. His courage earned not just respect, but fierce personal loyalty. The backbone of his army was the Macedonian phalanx, an innovation of his father, Philip II. These disciplined soldiers carried the sarissa, a spear nearly 6 meters long, and trained relentlessly to move as a single fluid unit. Alexander turned this formation into a living weapon, using its speed and coordination to outmaneuver and crush even larger Persian forces. He understood the potential for division within his vast, multi-ethnic army. Soldiers came from different lands, spoke different tongues, and wielded different weapons. But Alexander unified them, not just through command, but by leading from the front in the Macedonian tradition. His leadership was never distant. It was felt, seen, and followed. His first major battle in Asia, at the Granicus River in 334 BC, was a masterclass in precision. With roughly 13,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, he faced a Persian force 3 times the size. He placed the phalanx at the center, archers and cavalry on the wings, mirroring the length of the Persian line to avoid being outflanked. The Persian infantry, placed behind its cavalry, could not support the front. With long pikes against shorter blades and javelins, the Macedonians carved through the lines. The victory was swift, and Macedonian losses were minimal. At Issus the following year, Alexander met King Darius III for the first time. He repeated his strategic formation, phalanx in the center, cavalry on the wings, and again broke through with relentless pressure. Alexander personally led the central charge, scattering the Persian army and sending Darius fleeing into the mountains. At Gaugamela, in 331 BC, the stakes were even higher. Darius had armed his chariots with scythed wheels and expanded his cavalry to break the Macedonian line. Alexander responded by adjusting his formation, deploying a double-layered phalanx and advancing at an oblique angle. When the deadly chariots approached, his soldiers opened their ranks, allowing them to pass harmlessly through before reforming the line. Then, like a hammer blow, Alexander's center pierced through the heart of the Persian army once again. But Alexander's genius wasn't confined to Persian battlefields. In the rugged hills of Central Asia and the dense forests of India, he adapted quickly to unfamiliar tactics. In Bactria and Sogdiana, he used light infantry, archers and javelin throwers to counter the mobility of enemy horsemen. In India, when faced with the elephant corps of King Porus, he responded with remarkable calm. The Macedonians opened their ranks to absorb the charge, striking upward with their long spears to unseat the riders and surround the animals. Again and again, Alexander didn't just fight battles, he solved them. Each enemy brought a new problem, and each time he found a new answer. To understand the man who never lost a battle, one must look beyond the battlefield. For all his brilliance as a general, Alexander was far more than a tactician. He was shaped, perhaps even haunted, by forces both personal and mythic. His victories may have been forged in strategy, but his ambition was born in the quiet tension of childhood. From a young age, Alexander lived under the towering shadow of his father, King Philip II of Macedon. Philip was a brilliant commander, nearly invincible in war, and relentlessly ambitious. Every year, young Alexander watched him campaign, returning with fresh victories even as he bore the scars of old ones. It was from Philip that Alexander inherited his appetite for conquest. and his deep-rooted need to outshine the man who had created the empire's foundation. This competitive streak shaped Alexander's character, often surfacing in battle through his recklessness and daring. He once lamented that his father would leave him no great achievement to surpass. But it was his mother, Olympias, who kindled the fire of destiny. Fierce and politically shrewd, she raised Alexander to believe that he was no ordinary prince. She told him that he was born for greatness, perhaps even divine. According to Plutarch, this sense of destiny gave his spirit an elevated seriousness long before he came of age. She instilled in him the belief that conquering Persia was not just ambition, it was fate. Alexander's character was complex. He was known for his fierce temper and impulsive reactions. In moments of anger, he could lash out without restraint. Yet he was also deeply curious and intellectually sharp. He loved learning, thanks in part to the influence of Aristotle, who served as his tutor during his youth. Under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander developed a love for philosophy, reading, and reasoned debate. He could be stubborn, especially toward his father, but he was always open to ideas that challenged him, so long as they were delivered with logic and respect. Despite his legendary self-discipline on the battlefield, Alexander struggled with moderation in other areas. He famously avoided indulgence in food or physical comfort, but when it came to alcohol, he often lacked restraint. Still, he surrounded himself with poets, historians, and philosophers. He patronized the arts and sciences. His ideals were not drawn from the games of Olympia, like his father's had been, but from the verses of Homer. He lived not for sport, but for glory and honor, time and kudos, the immortal prizes of mythic heroes. He possessed an immense charisma and magnetism. His soldiers followed him not only because he led with skill, but because he inspired belief. And after his death, none of his generals could hold the empire together. Only Alexander had the unique blend of force, vision, and presence to do so. Yet in his final years, shadows began to lengthen around him. After the death of Hephaestion, his closest friend, and perhaps the only person who could calm him, Alexander began to change. He grew more withdrawn, more suspicious. Some accounts suggest he began to exhibit signs of megalomania, convinced by his unparalleled achievements and constant flattery that he was no longer merely human. His mother had always insisted he was the son of Zeus. The oracle at Siwa had confirmed it. Alexander began referring to himself as the son of Zeus Ammon. He adopted Persian customs, including proskynesis, and expected his court to treat him as divine. To the Macedonians, this was intolerable. They had followed him not as a god, but as a man who stood shoulder to shoulder with them in the dust and blood of war. Many of them turned against these displays of grandeur, but others, particularly from the eastern provinces, accepted it. In their cultures, kings had always been divine. Perhaps Alexander's behavior was not driven solely by ego, but by necessity. He ruled over a patchwork empire of diverse peoples, Greeks, Egyptians, Persians, Bactrians, and more. To hold it together, he needed more than force. He needed myth, divinity, a symbol greater than himself. Whether he believed it or not, he became that symbol. As the man himself faded into legend, Alexander's presence only seemed to grow. His life had been brief, just 32 years, but in that short time, he had altered the course of history. What he left behind was not only an empire, but a ripple through time that would reach far beyond the borders of the ancient world. Alexander's legacy was not limited to the lands he conquered or the cities he founded. It was a turning point in the story of East and West, a bridge between two worlds that had once been separate. Through war, diplomacy, and cultural fusion, he opened new corridors of trade and thought between Europe and Asia. His conquests exposed vast regions of the East to Greek language, ideas, and art, while the Greeks themselves came to see the world as far larger and richer than the shores of the Mediterranean. The empire Alexander left behind was immense, over 5 million square kilometers in size, stretching from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. It was the largest state the world had ever seen at the time of his death. Though the empire would not remain unified, it gave birth to something new, the Hellenistic world. For 300 years after Alexander, Greek rule or cultural influence remained strong across much of Asia. The kingdoms formed by his successors, most notably Ptolemaic Egypt, Seleucid Syria, and Antigonid Macedon, became dominant forces, carrying forward his legacy even as they fought over the pieces he had left behind. In the Indian subcontinent, Alexander's withdrawal created a different kind of legacy. As his eastern borders dissolved, a local leader named Chandragupta, known to the Greeks as Sandrakotos, seized the opportunity. He rose to power in the Punjab and eventually overthrew the Nanda Empire, founding the Maurya dynasty. Alexander's absence, paradoxically, gave rise to one of India's greatest empires. Among his most enduring contributions were the cities he built. Over 20 towns bore his name: Alexandria, strategically placed along trade routes and defensive lines. The most famous, Alexandria in Egypt, became a beacon of Mediterranean culture, home to scholars, poets, and merchants for centuries. Though many of these settlements began as rugged outposts, within a few generations they flourished into thriving urban centers, blending Greek and local cultures into something entirely new. Alexander was also a patron of religion and monumental architecture. He funded temples not only to Greek gods, but in regions across his empire. One of the most tangible reminders of his devotion is an inscription at Priene, in modern-day Turkey, where he dedicated a newly constructed temple to Athena. Other writings credit him with the founding of temples to Zeus Botiaios and even Serapis, a deity blending Greek and Egyptian attributes. Some scholars now believe a temple discovered in Girsu, Iraq, may have been built in his honor, one that worshipped Zeus alongside Heracles and Alexander himself. Through these acts, both grand and subtle, his influence spread like ink across a map. His chroniclers brought back detailed accounts of distant lands. His image adorned coins passed hand to hand by people who never saw his face. And his vision, a world stitched together by language, trade, belief, and ambition, carried on long after his body was laid to rest. In the end, Alexander did not simply conquer an empire. He reshaped the very fabric of civilization, not through sheer force, but through the enduring power of connection. The legacy of Alexander's empire did not end with maps or monuments. His greatest influence may have been something far more enduring, an invisible thread woven through language, culture, and belief. Though his life was brief, Alexander had set into motion a profound cultural transformation, one that would ripple through centuries, shaping art, science, spirituality, and identity across continents. This was the age of Hellenization. Coined by historians to describe the spread of Greek language and culture into the lands Alexander conquered, Hellenization was more than mere colonization. It was the merging of worlds. From the Mediterranean to Central Asia, Greek ideas blended with local customs, forming something entirely new. Cities like Alexandria, Antioch, and Seleucia became melting pots of learning, trade, and religious exchange. In these places, East met West, not only through the sword, but through conversation, intermarriage, and shared experience. The core of this cultural movement was built on the intellectual traditions of Athens. As Greek settlers and soldiers moved eastward, so too did their language. The Attic dialect of Athens evolved into Koine, a common Greek tongue that became the lingua franca of the Hellenistic world. It was the language of merchants, scholars, rulers, and eventually the writers of the New Testament. Education, city planning, governance, and the arts were infused with classical ideals, reshaped to fit the needs of new societies across Egypt, Persia, and beyond. But Hellenization was not a one-way path. In the East, particularly in Central and South Asia, a profound cultural fusion began to emerge. In the regions that would become the Greco-Bactrian and Indo-Greek kingdoms, Hellenistic philosophy met Buddhist spirituality. Along the trade routes of the Silk Road, Greek thought merged with local religions and art forms. In the cosmopolitan cities of Gandhara, sculptures of the Buddha took on classical Greek forms, graceful, human, almost divine. Greek gods and Buddhist bodhisattvas stood side by side in stone. Even the structure of Buddhist monastic life, its rituals and offerings, began to resemble the ceremonial practices of the Greek world. It's believed that one Hellenistic king, Menander the Fire, known as Melinda in Buddhist tradition, converted to Buddhism and was honored in ancient texts as a wise and virtuous ruler. From this exchange emerged Greco-Buddhism, a syncretic tradition that would carry the teachings of the Buddha to China, Sri Lanka, and beyond. Science and astronomy, too, bore the imprint of this blending. In cities like Ai-Khanoum, Greek astronomical instruments were uncovered, evidence of a new dialogue between the cosmos of the Greeks and the spiritual skies of India. Over time, Greek ideas such as the spherical Earth replaced older Indian cosmological models, and texts like the Yavana Jataka, Greek treatise, became foundational to Indian astronomy. In architecture too, the influence spread. Greek Ionic and Corinthian columns appeared in temples and public buildings as far east as Taxila and Patna. Capitals carved in marble bore the elegant scrolls of Hellenic design, echoing the forms once seen in the temples of Ionia. The artistic languages of Europe and Asia, once separated by deserts and mountains, now spoke to each other through stone and sculpture. Alexander may have died young, but the cultural world he left behind lived on. It was not just an empire of land, but of imagination, one where ideas could travel farther than armies ever could. In the great cities, in the whispered prayers of monks, in the ink of philosophers, and in the stars charted by scholars long after his death, his influence lingered. And somewhere between the temples of Greece and the monasteries of India, between the voice of Homer and the silence of the Buddha, the world he reshaped kept turning, half dream, half memory, never quite forgotten. The world Alexander left behind was not only shaped by his presence, it was forever haunted by his absence. His empire did not survive him, but his legend outlived empires. For centuries, rulers, generals, and dreamers would look back to Alexander not merely as a figure from the past, but as a mirror for their own ambition. No civilization did this more than Rome. In the Roman world, Alexander's name was spoken with both admiration and envy. Generals and emperors alike modeled themselves after him, hoping to capture even a fraction of his legacy. The historian Polybius opened his histories by reminding Roman readers of Alexander's unmatched achievements, and from that point forward, he became a permanent reference point, both a role model and, in some cases, a warning. Pompey the Great styled himself the New Alexander. He even adopted the conqueror's signature hairstyle and sought out Alexander's cloak, which had been preserved for over 2 centuries. Wearing it, Pompey hoped to cloak himself in more than fabric. He wanted to wear greatness. Julius Caesar, upon seeing a statue of Alexander during his time in Spain, was said to have wept. At the same age, Alexander had conquered the world, while Caesar felt he had done so little. Later, Caesar would dedicate a statue of Alexander, replacing its head with his own. Octavian, later Augustus, visited Alexander's tomb in Alexandria and temporarily changed his personal seal from the image of a sphinx to Alexander's profile. Emperor Trajan admired him, so did Nero, and Caracalla, perhaps more than any other, descended into obsession. He modelled his appearance after Alexander and even attempted to reorganize the Roman army using ancient Macedonian formations, trying to summon the past through ritual and uniform. But admiration sometimes blurred into madness. Caracalla's reverence became so intense that during preparations for his own campaign in Persia, he ordered the persecution of Aristotelian philosophers in Alexandria. Revenge, he claimed, for the old story that Aristotle had once poisoned Alexander. Even Caligula, never shy of spectacle, once donned Alexander's breastplate and rode his horse across a floating bridge constructed over the Bay of Baiae, an act meant to defy a prophecy and channel the ghost of conquest. Yet not all Roman voices praised Alexander unconditionally. Writers of the Republican tradition held him up as both hero and cautionary tale, an example of both amicitia and clementia, but also iracundia, rage, and cupiditas gloriae, a dangerous lust for glory. He was a symbol of greatness and a warning against the temptations of unchecked power. Still, it was Alexander's cultural legacy that paved the way for Rome's own expansion. The spread of Greek language and thought across Asia and North Africa made Roman rule easier to establish. And when Rome inherited those lands, they also inherited the cultural infrastructure that Alexander had built. Later, the Byzantine Empire would preserve and extend that same Hellenistic foundation long after the Caesars had come and gone. In the end, Alexander's shadow stretched not only across Asia and Egypt, but across time itself, into the minds of emperors, the pages of philosophers, and the imagination of a civilization that came after him. He remained the figure against which all greatness was measured, and for many, the ideal they could never quite reach. In just 11 short years, he built the largest empire the ancient world had ever known. But what made Alexander unforgettable was not merely the land he took, it was the world he connected. He carried with him more than weapons. He brought with him language, architecture, governance, myth, and ambition. In the wake of his armies came cities, Alexandrias, each one a seed of new civilization, where Greek met Persian, where gods were reimagined, where East and West sat at the same table. His life was filled with contradiction, ruthless conqueror and curious student, divine king and flawed man, visionary and destroyer. He could weep at the tomb of Achilles and burn a city to the ground the next day. He was both worshipped and feared. Even in his final years, when grief darkened his mind and whispers of divinity clouded his vision, he still looked to new horizons. still dreamed of building roads to the edge of the world, of uniting peoples under a banner not just of power, but of shared destiny. And yet, for all his glory, he died young, alone in a palace far from home, no crown placed upon his head, no child old enough to carry his legacy. What he built fractured almost immediately, carved up by those who once called him king. But while his empire could be divided, his legend could not. It lived on in the hands of Roman generals who wore his cloak, in the minds of philosophers who pondered his ambition, in the temples and scrolls and sculptures that bore his image. It travelled down the Silk Road in the form of Greco-Buddhist art. It echoed through the columns of Alexandria's libraries and whispered in the dreams of every ruler who ever longed to leave a mark. Alexander became more than history. He became a myth, one that asked and still asks what a single life can become when it is lived without hesitation. He was the storm that would not be stopped, the fire that refused to dim, a man whose footsteps spanned continents and whose shadow still stretches across time. Perhaps that is why even now, as the world sleeps, we remember him. Because some names are not written in stone, they're written in us.